us out. Hey, if you're seeing this, we're live on the Purple app. Come check us out. Hey, if you're seeing this, we're live on the Purple app. Come check us out. Hey, if you're seeing this, we're live on the Purple app. Come check. I guess it's time to make another video.
Welcome to McDonald's.
Hey, if you...
Now this is absolutely madness, fam, okay? I don't know your situation, so I'm not gonna judge, but all I'm saying is if I came in and get one kid and not seen this, I'll take two. Now this is
Ba 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 ba. Dun 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 dun. You have every right to be angry with us. But please listen to what I have to say. Wahoo! I am tasked with delivering these people to Mount Gog by means of a talos of heretofore unseen proportions. However, I cannot do this without the cooperation of those with intimate knowledge of this land, that is, you and your fellow villagers. Cooperation? After you ignored my desperate pleas and cast me out, you have the gall to come here and ask for my cooperation? You've every right to be upset. Vothri's not the one to blame for your suffering. We are. We were the free citizens without a care in the world, indifferent to the hardship of others. We didn't know what would become of you, and frankly, we didn't care. But we know now that what we did to you, to full many, was wrong. Terribly wrong. No words will suffice to make amends, but I want you to know that we are deeply sorry. Come on, Hero of Light's right next to you. Come on. Don't ignore the light. I'm not sure how I feel. Should I forgive you? Hate you? Perhaps it's not even my place to judge. After all, I sought a place in your city. I wanted to be you once. But the one thing is clear to me. All of that is in the past, and we mustn't let past wrongs stand in the way of a brighter future. Hey, I love that. And so, I will cooperate with you. Please see our friends to Mount Gog. You have my word. I'll set to work on the design at once. Wouldn't do to have nothing to show the others when they return with help. Make no mistake, this venture is unprecedented in the history of Talos building, nay, the history of all mankind. But rest assured, this genius of Daedalus Stoneworks will deliver. Alright, give me that fist bump. No? Alright. Just a nod that time. Ah, Wicked White. Is there a problem? Well, you see, I've been promised people to procure the stone as well as imbue magic. When I was put on the spot earlier, I thought it was all we required. But I forgot about one rather important item needed to bring the Talos to life. The core? That's right, the heart. I'm pleased to see you have some familiarity with Talos. So while I work on the design, I'd be much obliged if you could see to procuring the ore with which to fashion a heart. A heart suitable for bringing a life to Talos that shall embrace the very firmament. I read that wrong. It's okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. 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 If you seek material for the Talos Heart, I know people who may be able to assist. If they are the Thals, a dwarven family that have long mined this land. No one knows its bounty as well as they. If you explain your situation, I'm sure they would be willing to cooperate. Indeed, it was one of them that showed me the secret tunnel to the top of the cliff. You'll find the Thals at their village to the northwest, a place called Tomra. When you arrive, seek an audience with Chief Zamet. And do not forget to greet him with a hearty lally ho! Permit me to join you, Will. I would keep my joints limber, and maybe I can provide some manner of assistance. I'll leave the heart to the two of you then. The variety of ore doesn't matter as long as it's rich with ether. I'll aim to have my design complete by your return. Let's go! Julia Chai. Is the Exarch unwell? You take care out there. Ba 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 bum bum ba-dum, ba-da-bum bum bum ba-dum, ba-da-bum bum bum ba-dum, ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum, ba-da-bum bum bum ba-dum, ba-da-bum bum bum ba-dum, ba-da-bum bum bum ba-dum, ba-dum bum bum ba-ba. So this is Tomra. Seldom do we see dwarven folk at the Crystarium, to now be in the presence of so many. I shall enjoy not having to crane my neck for a change. Dum ba 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 lally ho. What did you just call me? What sorry excuse for a greeting was that? Where's your heart, lad? Your stones! Come, let's try it again. Lally ho! Lally ho! How about that? The Crystal Exarch does it too. Oh, not bad, not bad. But there's room for improvement. Any road, now that we've observed common courtesy, who are you and what are you doing here? At the recommendation of the denizens of Amity, we've come to seek the aid of the Thal family. May we speak with Chief Zamont? Why, yes, you may. I am Zamont, and I bid you welcome to Tomra. If it's the folk of the Amity what sent you here, you must have quite a tale to tell. Come, let's hear it. No, 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 no. Well, well, and there I thought those below had no fight left in them. Having said that, it's not like we know how to deal with that floating volcano and all them and all them sin eaters neither. If you're serious about restoring peace to these parts, though, we'll gladly lend you a hand. However, The kind of ore you seek's precious to us, too. If I let you have it for only you to bungle things up and squander it, like no amount of ale will wash away my chagrin. First, I need to make sure you're worthy, by means of a trial. Aye, a trial most tricksy, passed down through the line of Thol. Passed down through the line of Thol! And what is this trial? Come with me and I'll tell you all. Oh dear. Boom ba doom ba ba. Boom ba doom ba ba. Boom ba doom ba ba ba. Is this a level 77 trial? So I've only done one trial so far. Bum 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 na 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 na. Bum 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 badum, badum bum bum badum, badum 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 bum 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 badum, badum bum bum badum. The wrong type of helm. Da 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 ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Ba 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 la 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 na 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 da na ba na ba na ba na ba 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 da ba ba da 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 ba 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 ba, 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 ba. Oh my. Ba 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 ba. Dum 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 dum. All right. Is an Aura trying to be all right? I love that. Dun 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 na 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 na. We're ready to do our bit, Will. We just need tools to do it with. Oh my goodness, 15. Yeah. Do what? Not really.
The future is where my destiny awaits. Forgive me, I was lost in a dream. I needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak. Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away. It has been quite a journey, but thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me. Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do? Ah, yes. Even should we succeed in forestalling the 8th Umbral Calamity, the spectre of war will remain. But to declare your intent with such easy resolve, you truly are a hero's hero, my friend. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. When this is over, indeed. I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said, though in truth, I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though he deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For he is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with him as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should he indulge me with his tales, I would regale him with my own about my efforts in Northrend, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask him about his next adventure. And if he should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle. people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them. Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs. Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position.
This is a new addiction for me, and I'm in love with it. I'm gonna start off here. Let's start off here. Guild Wars 2 came out in 2012. Okay, I bought it in 2012. I talked about it on the podcast, so I'm not going to go into too much detail there. So it's a little bit older game, so you are going to see a little bit older graphics, but I don't even think that matters for a game this good, to be honest. Okay, starting off with the classes though. Classes is the first thing I'm gonna start off with, because I think Guild Wars 2 is very special in that aspect, because the classes are so unique, right? You're not gonna, I mean, they do have your typical DPS tank healer roles, but in this particular game, every single class, which there are 9 of them by the way, can do every single thing. They can heal, they can be a tank, they can be a DPS. So the way that Guild Wars 2 classes work, and why I love it so much, is it works this way. Each of the 9 classes have 3 specializations, or elite specializations, if you want to call them that. It goes, let me show you exactly what it looks like here. So all of these are your basic skills that you level through 1 through 80, right? It goes through 80, 1 through 80. So you have signet training. I'm a necromancer, by the way. You have the specializations. We have like the special skills, which goes on this side of the other bar here. And then you have elite specializations. Elite specialization goes into 3 different categories, and these basically turn necromancer into a completely different class with each spec. So that alone is extremely special. I started off with Reaper, and Reaper I used a great sword and a staff. I could use 2 weapons with this particular class. And I was doing something called condition damage, and condition damage is just bleeds and chill and just a whole bunch of dot damage. Then I switched over to Harbinger. I switched over to Spear and Harbinger, because what I like about Harbinger is that it offers a little bit more, I guess you could say, action when it comes to this class, because when I was playing Reaper, I was doing like a minion Reaper build, and the minions were just wrecking shit and kind of made me playing the game trivial. So I decided to switch to Harbinger, and it became more of a solo spec with power damage. Like, I do so much power damage based off of these elixirs that I throw out and use, but it's just been great. It's just been great. So and then remember, each spec, and there are 9 different specs, have 3 different specializations that change the class completely. And not only that, but each spec has an opportunity to play with many different weapons too. So check this out. As a Reaper, I can use a sword in one hand, I can use a sword in my main hand, an axe, a dagger, a great sword, a pistol, a scepter, a staff, a spear, and Triton is the underwater weapons, but maybe we'll get to that later, because yes, there is even underwater combat in this game as well. But I can also use like a sword in my offhand, which will give me different abilities. I can use a focus in my offhand, which will give me different abilities. Like, there's just so much variety. And then these are all the passives, right? All right, enough about the classes. Classes are special. Another thing I like about Guild Wars 2 is they have probably the best mount system in any MMO. What I love about the mount system is that there are many different mounts that you have to have, and they utilize, they do, as this kid is mentioning, they do different utilities within the world of Guild Wars 2, because the one thing about Guild Wars 2 is that its world is absolutely massive. All of this is explored within the Guild Wars 2 world. It's fucking incredible. It's huge. It's huge. But different areas have different like situations to where you can't get to certain places. So for instance, up here, there's a mountain, and there must be something up there, obviously, because this game is all about exploration, and I'm gonna cover that a little bit later. But this game is all about exploration, so I'm gonna need to get up there somehow, because there has to be something up there, because with the way it looks, I mean, come on, it looks like there's something up there, right? So all I do is press Alt 1, and that gives me this mount called the Springer, and the Springer after you level it up a bit, because it takes some mastery points, and I'm gonna get to that later, I have the ability to basically super jump. Sorry, I gotta not get hit by the robot above me. To super jump up canyons and mountains and stuff. And lo and behold, there's a mastery point up here. These are important, and I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later. But not only do you have a mount that does do that, right? You also have a mount which it took so much to unlock this. This is the Griffin mount. The Griffin mount was a secret in Guild Wars 2 a long time ago that the community had to come together and figure out how to unlock, because it wasn't even a part of anything. It wasn't even like showcase that they had flying mounts in the game until somebody discovered that this was in it. But it took a whole little quest line and achievement system and all that, and I'll get to that a little bit later too. But I unlocked this Griffin mount, and of course with the Griffin mount, it allows me to fly, or in this case particularly glide very like generously, because it isn't necessarily flying quite yet, which I do believe it takes some leveling up. And I guess that kind of leads me into the next topic of discussion, the way the leveling works. First, you have 1 through 80, which I talked about, right? For leveling up your class, you go through the base story of the game, which let me show you here. It starts off with my story, and it basically goes into these different chapters, and I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later too. But you basically go through my story. You go through my story 1 through chapters 0 through 8, and it gets you to level 80. Once you get to level 80, you unlock something called the mastery system. And the mastery system is cool because it still gives you something to strive for after you reach max level with your class, because then you have all of these utilities within the world of Guild Wars 2 that you utilize, and it basically lets you do better things within the world. So for instance, Heart of Thorns gives you the ability to unlock a glider, and you level up that glider by continuing to level up by killing monsters, doing quests, doing events, etc. Once you get that experience, you use your mastery points, which I have 16 available for Heart of Thorns, to unlock a mastery. In this particular case, the next mastery I'm gonna unlock for Heart of Thorns is advanced gliding, which learn to glide with such efficiency that you no longer need endurance to stay up in the air, only use endurance to perform lean techniques. So for example, if I just hop off the mount there, this is gliding, but as you can see, this bar down there is my endurance, and because I haven't unlocked that yet, even when I don't move, it takes endurance, and if you run out of endurance,
jump up there and knock it
yeah, you die. So because fall damage is a real thing, so it's kind of a big deal. Now we talked about mastery, we talked about leveling, we talked about the classes, and we talked about how big the world is. What's so special about Guild Wars 2, and what I think is the most special part about Guild Wars 2, is the ability to make it feel like an MMO. I'm gonna give you an example here. An example here is, yeah, there's quests, right? There's your typical story quest, which I showed you that list of quests that you can go through chapter by chapter, structure by structure, and the story is absolutely fantastic, by the way. I'm gonna just throw that in there now. But there's also these things called events. Now let me see if there's where can I find like a common event that kind of always pops? Because the events are random. They're just world events that just kind of randomly pop up. Let's go. Let's see if we can find one in the main town. Maybe there's an event going on right now here in this main village. But what happens is, when these events populate, you just see a community of people. It doesn't look like there's any events going on here, so for example. But what happens is the community just comes together, parties up, and do these massive like party trains or just event trains. Even if you're not even partied up, you just do these event trains where it's just a bunch of players playing an MMO like an MMO, which doesn't happen nowadays. For example, I play Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 is my #1 favorite MMO right now. But it's basically a Final Fantasy game first, and it's essentially single player for the most part, right? Yeah, there's dungeons and there's raids, but those are few and far between. There's nothing in Final Fantasy that feels like Guild Wars 2 when it comes to the event. So for example, I can start this event right here, where I can activate this guy, and basically what you do is you lead him to a next area to get some more supplies. And that'll again draw a lot of players here with me, but I'm trying to see if there's any current events going on, and it doesn't look like, there's one right over here. Perfect timing. There's somebody who needs defending over here, and look at that, already 2 players right there. 3 players right here defending this. Oh no, 2 players right here defending this guy right here. But I mean, it just feels, the MMO feeling is there. I guess you get to see a little bit of the combat. Now this combat is tap target, which I know, shout out to.
We should catch Ffxiv, mountain and all.
Here it comes!
Bullshit. That should have taken years.
You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger!
Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain.
Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Ffxiv marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
Such a heartless thing, our sapling. It's cold, cruel, and heartless. Summon us in times of need, we expressly said. Yet what should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name? Yes, we may also have said that we Fae folk have no interest in the struggles of men. But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to his aid. Of course we would. What are we to do then? We are so very, very sad. You will pray with us. Cheer us up again!
This I did not expect. But I will send word to Ffxiv and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
coming. Alright, I am not going to take a nap today. I'm going to play all the way through. I'm going to play all the way through.
Here we go. Here we go.
Well, good.
9 years ago, James and I talked about what it was like living in our home state, Arizona. I honestly don't remember most of what we said in that video. I tried to rewatch it as a refresher and maybe a little trip down memory lane, but turns out after 5 seconds I'd rather be guillotined. No. Eyes on me. You clicked on this video, you're staying on this video. No funny ideas, alright? The other day I was in a store trying to buy a plain black shirt that was locked up behind those stupid box lockers, so I had to ring an employee for a single shirt. A few minutes later, someone came by. Alright, what can I... Oh my gosh. Are you Jaden Animations? Yeah. No way, I love your videos. Can I get a photo? Yeah. Thanks so much. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you visiting? Oh, no, I live here. You're not in Arizona anymore? And that's when it dawned on me, there is a giant portion of my audience who will not get updated on some parts of my life if I don't explicitly say it in one of my animations. Also, the guy left without unlocking the box, so I had to wait another 5 minutes for him to come back and get the shirt. So yeah, to anyone who didn't get the memo, I've been in California for the past 6.5 years, specifically Los Angeles. I honestly can't believe it's been that long already, because that means for the past 6.5 years, I've been doing nothing but complaining about it the entire time. I believe in the compliment sandwich system though. Not everything about moving to California has been bad. For example, the weather is great. It's always sunny, which, you know, Arizona is too, but like, in a bad way. California doesn't hit the casual 118 everything outside melts and dies degrees like back home. It's vacation weather all the time. I like that part. The drivers here are assholes. Arizona isn't all sunshine and rainbows in the driving department either. When I was learning to drive as a teenager, my mom told me to never honk at people no matter what because there's a chance they'll just shoot me. But because of the sheer volume of people on California roads all the time, it is a completely different beast. And every single one of them is driving to go kick babies because they hate their fellow man. Compassion does not exist on the California freeway. And by that, I mean blinkers. You know, the very helpful and necessary communication tool that tells people you'd kindly like to move into the lane. It's a sign of weakness here. If you even think about turning your blinker on, every single car in your vicinity will speed up and refuse to let you merge because they cannot handle the idea of a different car being in front of them. How can they get to their destination faster if a car that was in front of them in a different lane suddenly shifts to the side 12 feet? People will go out of their way to merge into the lane just to speed past you and spit on your windshield. When I turn my blinker on, which I still do because I refuse to let this barbaric driving culture corrupt me, a car will speed up and then merge in front of me. If you need to be in my lane and I need to be in yours, we literally have to stay at our same speeds and shift. It's simple. There's no point in you blocking my merge just to merge into my lane anyway. Oh my god, it pisses me off so much. They do it all the time. If I had no money and got $1 every single time someone took advantage of my blinker, I'd have enough money to move out of this godforsaken state. One time I turned my blinker on, checked my blind spot, and in the amount of time it took for me to look back at the road and start merging, a car way behind me had sped up so fast that my car's auto detection had to cut my merge off so I wouldn't hit them. And then that car honked at me! I will kill us both. Alright, the drivers suck, but at least I'm only going a few miles. Not only am I forced to drive alongside these bozos, I'm forced to drive alongside them for way longer than I should need to. The traffic is so genuinely bad, I daydream of becoming a better sprinter to arrive at places quicker because it is genuinely not far from the realm of realism. Either that or get one of those monster snowplow attachments. I mean, seriously, 10 miles? I should not be in the car longer than 20 minutes. Everyone here loves driving 30 over the speed limit anyway. I don't even know what the holdup is. Also, a little tip. If you wanted to find a place to park when you get to your destination, you shouldn't even be driving in the first place. Parking doesn't exist here, it's a myth and a lie. 95% of all locations have 0 parking lots. There's never street parking, and if you happen to be a lucky enough soul to find a spot, you can't slow down to parallel park into it because people are either gonna yell at you for clogging the lane or ram into your bumper. It's just an evil trick. So your only choice is to find a parking garage that costs like $20. One time, my friends and I drove to a one-piece live symphony at the Dolby Theater and decided to park in its parking garage. Oh, what an obvious mistake. Do you want to know how long it took us to get out of that garage after the show when everyone was leaving? 2.5 hours! We parked in the designated parking garage for a show and paid 2.5 hours of our life on top of real life money. So what if you don't have a car? Then you don't have to deal with any of this, right? Well, you can't walk anywhere. What do you think this is? Any other country? You could get a bike or a motorcycle, but again, with the quality of drivers around, you might as well play Russian roulette every time the wheels touch asphalt. Maybe with the right setup and some expendable funds, you could just get around with rideshare apps. But man, getting an Uber is so expensive out here. It might as well be considered a luxury in itself. If you're taking an Uber either to or from the LAX airport, I guarantee it'll cost at least $100. And the drivers don't get like any of that, by the way. Once I had a driver complain to me about the ride rates the whole trip, which was not asked for to begin with. He said he had a client once trying to go to LAX and they were being charged $100, like I said, but the driver was only gonna get $30 from the trip. So he offered to charge $80 cash for them to do it outside the app as a win-win. Don't ever take this type of offer, kids. That was incredibly dangerous. But that's just where the landscape of Uber is here. Also, fun little tip, never tell any drivers the place you're going to or from is your actual home. This is for everywhere, not just California. Sure, if they ask, it's normally small talk, but when it's not, you're in danger. Yikes, now that guy won't leave your driveway. And the police say they can't do anything because he hasn't actually committed a crime yet. Just lie and say it's a friend's place or something. It's not worth the gamble, and lying to strangers is fun. That was a free survival hint from your friendly neighborhood YouTuber. Put that one in the back of your pockets. Speaking of LAX, because I brought it up earlier, that place is actual hell on earth. If someone gets sent there after death, I would consider it a viable punishment for being a bad person. But innocent people are forced to be subjected to it every single day, and it's inhumane. You have every single asshole with a plane ticket in the entire city and beyond enter through the same stupid entrance, forced to drive through the same loop bumper to bumper until they get to their specific gate. No branching paths, no attempts to categorize the types of arrivals, just a single slaughterhouse line like cattle. But in normal slaughterhouse lines, the cattle don't hate each other. I was talking about bad merging before. It is legitimately survival of the fittest in the LAX horseshoe. Absolutely no one will let you merge lanes ever unless you threaten to fist fight them right there on the concrete. One time I sat with my blinker on in traffic that was not moving for 15 minutes straight, and a dude still refused to let me start merging once cars started inching forward. I had to sit there making direct eye contact with him until he was uncomfortable enough to let me get in front of him. It is personal. I am not the same person when I'm in the LAX horseshoe. None of us are. Some dudes in the 1960s decided they wanted everyone that ever planned to visit LA to suffer instantly when they got here. And they simply got away with it. I've spent so much time talking about traffic and the airport. I haven't even talked about living in LA yet. Well, that part sucks too. Everything is so absurdly expensive here, it's almost comedic. Almost. Maybe raise the prices of food like $10 more and I'll start to chuckle. Now a burrito's like $40. I haven't even had food out here that's blown my mind. Sure, it's not bad, but when eating out can get this expensive, I expect something more to write home about. There are some really fancy restaurants around, but I shouldn't have to spend even more money to eat a meal that makes me go, wow, I will remember this. It's become a common pastime for some people to pull up Zillow and look at all the really crazy expensive multi-million-dollar mansions, fantasizing about what they would do if they were to live in the craziest of homes. But the equivalent of that for me and my friends here is to look at normal homes that are just not in California. Oh, look at that one! 3-bed, 2-bath for like $2,500 a month. That's insane. Here, the same thing can go upwards of $7,000. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm very lucky and fortunate enough to not have to worry about finances as much. I can afford to live in a more expensive place here. It's not gonna break my bank. But at the same time, I'd like to still be relatively smart with money. Sure, I tend to splurge on plushies and trinkets. Haha, Jane's buying another Miku figure. But outside of that stuff, I'm really not spending money on anything else. I'm not into luxury cars or clothes or any of that type of culture. It's trinkets, plushes, and admittedly a little too much DoorDash. But I have a job that I can perform literally anywhere in the entire world. And I'm sitting here wasting extra costs on living in one of the most expensive cities in America. It feels bad. And I don't know if you picked up on it yet, but I don't even really like it here all that much. So why? Why do I choose to burn extra money just to exist in LA? The single reason is all of my friends are here, and I'd happily shovel extra funds into a giant furnace to be near them because that's what makes a place feel like a true home. But all of my friends are also content creators that can work anywhere too, and if we all just banded together and decided to move somewhere else, that would sure be swell. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of time, coordination, and resources to try and figure out an entirely new place to move a giant friend group of people, so we've essentially soft-locked ourselves here until we can all agree it's time to get out of here. I'll give LA some credit. The main thing that makes it great is the fact that everything is always happening here. There's always some sort of fun event going on. Concerts, tours, random pop-ups. I went to a live screening of the season 2 finale of Severance where the cast got to talk about it afterwards, and that was one of the coolest experiences of my life so far. You name it, it is happening in California. Truly, you will never be bored here if you're always looking for something to do, and I recognize that is incredibly valuable. But at the same time, it means there's always tourists visiting, and Los Angeles is a very disgusting city for tourists to visit. It smells like pee all the time. The tourist trap areas are so trashy. There's constant crowds everywhere you go. When it rains, the pee smells even worse. Every once in a while, I need to go into the city for some reason or another, and those are bad days. Also, if you want to see all these cool things, you don't have to live in California to begin with. In fact, living here only desensitizes me to all the awesome stuff constantly around. Back when I first moved, I was really close to Disneyland, and
So it is you. You will not defile my new paradise. insect! I will not suffer it! No closer! Filthy creatures! And righteousness will prevail! Can't you do anything by yourself? be discouraged.
The end is near, my friends. We have found Vorthra's hiding place.
Unrepentant villains! Will you not be satisfied until you have brought disaster down upon your own heads? By your wickedness, you stand to gain naught but ceaseless conflict. Had you only entrusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all. You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of conscience and purpose.
Peace assumes many forms, and I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us. That we might strive together for the happiness of all. But no more. Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vorthri. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect. They know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. And by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken. No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield!
Silence! Not another word! You presume to lecture me. Insolent words. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and Shinita both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Find Vorthri. We will hold the Eaters here. Come! Let's finish this!
for the entire 2 years I spent over there, I only went to the alleged happiest place on earth a single time because of a friend's birthday. That's more of a personal experience though. I know plenty of people who have yearly passes to Disney or Universal who go to them all the time. But for me, I always just think, I can go there anytime, so maybe later. And then later is multiple years. I consider it a privilege to be able to live in LA. It's expensive. A lot of people dream of coming here and making it big. And if you can afford it, you can definitely live luxuriously. But I am just really not built for all that. I grew up in a tiny desert town with like no people in it, and prefer to be holed up in my house 90% of the time watching YouTube until my brain is mush. However, as much as I want to uproot everything again to live somewhere else less expensive and more compatible with my preferred lifestyle, I do think LA is a good place for me to be right now. Both the YouTube and animation industry are here. I don't need to travel for most of the events I get invited to, and content creators are always visiting for something or another, so I get to meet a lot of fellow creators.
Are you so determined to die? One last chance, villains! Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god!
Good job. that I am a god. That I am a god. That makes me happy.
How about people who say they are not religious, but they are spiritual? Straight to hell. To the boiler room of hell. All the way down. Sometimes I pull them out just so they think everything is going to be okay, but then I put it right back in.
Of God.
I should be the one looking down at you. Damn you! I am your god!
Oh boy.
Look, the sky.
Not gonna last long.
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir. You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign. But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being. A king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
Amazing. Before my Vortri, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line should be guaranteed power for perpetuity.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
Are you all right? Say something!
For Fend. He cannot contain the light. He's beginning to turn. Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
It's changing back.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Exarch, what are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Damn you! We won't let you do with him as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go.
You knew of this, Urianger. Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success. The Exarch will never live to see another world.
Then, what does he mean to do?
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrand.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered. Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part. Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First. Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme. To think that he went through all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
You bastard!
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you. What a disappointment you turned out to be. I placed my faith in you. Let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now. Halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage. I am an Asir. My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vorthri. Thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided he could contain and control the light. If not, then he, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Lightwalkers willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away. And I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried. You still retain your form and your senses. But you have all but become a sin eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into sin eaters, and in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you. But before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair.
There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished.
Ah, the irony. What Vorthri achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero.
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero. I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes. Till then, I bid you farewell. Eat.
Ah, finally. After you collapsed, Emmet's self vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable. You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it. It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrats is shrouded in light again. And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens. No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. Now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you. If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight. I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible. Neither can I, to be honest. But you heard what the Ascian said. The light you shine will warp the world around you, whether you like it or not. Even your Stoller and Reen had to concede that point. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Come on, then. As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie. Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it. Cut ties with the mortal world? Hide away in the castle? It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never, ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? My dear beloved sapling, you are lost. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be...
friends. I can't say anywhere else in the world can offer all these benefits that specifically apply to me right now. And it's also just a lot of fun. I might not exactly like it, but LA is my home for at least the next few years, and I do get to have a lot of fun here with my friends. It's a toxic relationship, I suppose, but I'm sure in a decade when I'm somewhere else and reminiscing on the past, I'll have very fond memories. Of it all. So I can complain all I want while I'm here, but deep down I know California has been such a huge part of the most defining years of my life.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until...
moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Cid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope! We are finished! Mankind is finished!" Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Cid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Cid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only man who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. But thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years, bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Cid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was him. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, he would rise above. Where others would break and run, he would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were his deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the warrior of light himself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. He was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to him. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the calamity and make of it a portent, a prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the calamity and make of it a portent.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would, and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Okay, so Urianger did not see the thing happen. It actually happened already, and he went back into the past.
Careful now.
To help.
If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do? We should be on our way. The Ascian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Ah, we have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah,
By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strengthened with... I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will...
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Right, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive. And I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Eat him! That's right!
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it.
You might have invited them to join us, where they're not so many. But come, they are waiting.
I love that. I love having the little Final Fantasy theme song in the background like that. That's so cool. Why is Emmett so Amara clone underwater city in the first and not the source? Ba 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 ba. Oh my goodness. What's up, Dad? I'm gonna go have some lunch. I'll be right back.
Alright guys, what's my game plan this game? I'm playing Lilia, I'm going blue smite, always blue smite on Lilia. Don't go any other smite, maybe sometimes you can go red smite, but...
Jeez, he's really angry. What? Fuck you want me to do? Thank God. Oh! Wow, I have no idea what just happened. I'm gonna need to look up the history of the first, because I'm lost. Movie time.
It's the flood! The flood!
We did everything right. Everything that was asked.
Run for your lives! It's the flood! The flood!
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
When all hangs in the balance, you must give them hope.
Take it. We fight as one.
Remember that we once lived.
The first, specifically the region of Norvrand, was the primary setting for the story of Shadowbringers. In our time there, we learned much about this world, its people and its recent history. Learning about its distant past, however, was a challenge, since the majority of recorded history was wiped out by the Flood of Light. In this video, we put the pieces in their place as best we can, to get a summarized tale of the world of the First, from its creation to the events following the Flood. This is the summarized history of the First Reflection. The story of the First begins at the very same place as the source, with an unsundered star. In those days, the Ancients were the original denizens of this world, which was brimming with power and life. The star would later be unmade when Hydaelyn began the Sundering, a process which split the very star and the souls of those who inhabit it, giving birth to the worlds of the Source and its 13 reflections. Because the First is a reflection of the Source, its landmasses are almost identical to ours, as seen with the region of Norvrand, the First's equivalent of Eorzea. Before venturing further, it's important we learn a bit about the people of the First, they who would shape its future. Like the Source, the First is populated by the same races, but have their own unique stories. The Humes are the most populous race, before and after the Flood. They value freedom and expression, which is why they can be found in every profession, especially disciplines of crafting. The Elves once dominated the entire region of Norvrand, ruling a great civilization. Even now, long after their fall, many elves flaunt their race's past glories. The Flood wasn't kind to them, with most losing their lives defending others from the Sin Eaters. The Mistel are the equivalent of Armacote. They hail from a land far away from Norvrand, one long since lost to the Flood. The few that remain are primarily descended from those that settled in the region of Amarang. The Galgant were once a seafaring people, like their Rogadan counterparts. Their history is also very similar to that of the Sea Wolves, having migrated south from a northern land, and coming into conflict with the Dran, but later settling their differences and together established the Kingdom of Voibert. The Dran have a similar story, having migrated from the northern mountains to the south where they became subjects of Ronka. Later, they would migrate back to their native mountains. Together with the Galgant, they established their kingdom, and most Dran that survive to the modern day can trace their ancestry to Voibert. The Vi were once a nomadic people, but settled in the forest and became part of the Ronkan Empire. To this day, the majority choose to dwell in the Great Woods, not unlike the Viera clans of the Source. The Ronso were once a vital part of the Ronkan Empire, but after its fall, most became nomads and migrated as far as Amarang, but some remained in the Great Woods separate from the Vi. Finally, we have the Dwarves. They have forever made their home in the mountains and highlands of Kalusia, and are masters of metalworks and mining. Their race became borderline xenophobic, distrusting outsiders, and by tradition and culture never showed their faces. Sometime in the past, their race was fractured into two factions, the Dole and the Gog. The early years of the first have long since been lost to time, same as they have on the Source. We can surmise, however, that they started off similar to how we did, with its peoples rediscovering magic, founding religion and faith, and inventing technology. Our two worlds would diverge into their own unique forms after this point, however, as the first was not subject to repeated calamities brought about by the rejoinings. Civilization on the first would rise and fall naturally, and the landmass of Norvrand would remain largely unchanged, unlike Eorzea. One of the earliest and indeed greatest civilizations to emerge on the first was that of Ronka. The exact timeline is unclear, but certainly thousands of years ago, this empire would rise from the trees of the Ratika Great Woods. According to the history books, their empire started with a single Ronso tribe, which quickly began subjugating all other tribes around them, and then the peoples beyond the Great Woods. Ronka was unique in that it was accepting of all races, either by subjugation or invitation. Because of this policy, Ronka grew fast in a very short time, and its knowledge and wisdom in all fields reaped the benefits. The Ronkan Empire pioneered the first advanced forms of arcane spellcraft. One of these, which they are most remembered for, was based around religious prayer and incantations, which would later become the standard basis for spellcraft on the first. These arts gave rise to many others, such as their ability to animate stone servants and guardians. These arts were so potent, in fact, that the creations of such can still be seen wandering the ruins of Ronka to this very day. Another was their ability to alter and enhance a species, such as their work to cultivate intelligence in the flying creatures we know today as the Amaro. This feat cannot be replicated, and now occurs naturally in the species. There are rumours of other forms of spellcraft of an even darker variety, such as necromancy, some of which can be seen in the deepest depths of Ronkan ruins. It was during this time that the Vi known as Archmage Tuina would live. She was a master of spellcraft and gifted with the Echo. Because of these traits, she became a hero, if not an influential leader of the Ronkan Empire. As mighty as Ronka was, the key to its rise was also the key to its downfall. By accepting all peoples and ensuring equal rights in education, Ronka was able to grow strong. However, this free-flowing knowledge easily found its way into the hands of its enemies. The arcane spellcraft they cultivated was easily learned by others, who used them against the Empire. Ronka would be surrounded on all sides, its enemies pushing in slowly with small skirmishes and battles, until only the capital remained, which would fall soon after, taking the Ronkan Empire with it. Ronka in many ways is compared to and called the Alag of the First, as it was easily the most influential civilization, laying the foundations for all that would follow. For the next couple thousand years after the Ronkan Empire, small kingdoms would be the norm of these lands, mostly comprising the peoples and nations that helped take down Ronka. These peoples would pass on what they learned, in particular arcane spellcraft, which would continue to evolve. It wouldn't be until around 1,000 years before the present day that a new empire rivaling the greats of the past would rise up. The elves resided in Norvrand since ancient times, but the rise of Ronka forced them back from their native lands, and they would settle on the banks of the Source in Lakeland. They remained a minor faction, not worthy of the attention of bigger ones for many generations, until a discovery was made that would change their fortune. Either through discovery or invention, the elves came into possession of an alloy with great etheric conductivity, not unlike that of Mithril. The elves were always gifted in the arcane, so this new alloy allowed them to make new weapons and armor, propelling them forward into a great power in the region. They would establish their kingdom in Lakeland, and founded a faith rooted in the worship of the light. They viewed the lake known as the Source as the wellspring of all life on the star, with much of their faith revolving around its reverence. Strangely enough, even though many names and tales have survived, the name of this new kingdom did not, leading many to speculate if it even had one. For the sake of this summary, I will refer to it as the Elven Kingdom. Wielding their faith and enhanced arcane might, they defeated all clans and nations around them to ensure their kingdom's future. This influence stretched from the northern mountains to the southern deserts. Lessons were learned from Ronka, whom the elves despised. They wouldn't build a single nation, but rather one of many clans, which would compete against one another, all in the name of their faith in the light. For each region and land they took, an elven clan would lay claim. As they pushed north into what is now Ilmeg, they quickly overcame all resistance, including that of the Dran who had migrated here after the fall of Ronka. This would remain the status quo for roughly 500 years. A new player would enter this Game of Thrones, however, in the form of the Galgant, a violent seafaring people, one which proceeded to plunder all within their reach. Many elven clans would fall to this new threat in the area, which only bolstered the Galgant's confidence, leading them to go inland and over the mountains. It's there that they would encounter the Dran, who would offer them fierce resistance, unwilling to lose their homes once again. What made the Galgans so formidable to the elves was the tattoos they all bore, which served to nullify magic. This art sadly appears to have been lost to time. Once they were done with the elves, they turned to the Dran, and after many bloody skirmishes, both sides saw in each other a means for a new kingdom in the future. Both of these peoples would join together, and the kingdom of Voidbirch would be born. The Galgant and Dran made the following agreement. The royal family of the kingdom would be Dran, and 3 of the 5 noble houses would be Galgant. The kingdom of Voidbirch would grow quickly from the royal castle located in present-day Ilmeg to encompass much of the region, with the Elven Kingdom losing ground before them. As Voidbirch later began to push against Elven territory, gears all over Norvrand began to spring to life. Long before this event, there had long been an atmosphere of resentment against the Elven rule of Norvrand, and the seeds of rebellion had already been planted. In the deserts of Amarang, the people there began a series of hidden run attacks against the elves, eventually resulting in the formation of a new kingdom, Nabath Arang, whose rule would extend to encompass the region of Amarang. In the Great Wood, the Vi would band together in an uprising, pushing the elves out of the Great Wood entirely. This prompted more and more uprisings and rebellions in all the elven-controlled lands, and they quickly began to see their seats of power dwindle. The elves would be pushed back to their territory in Lakeland. As Voidbirch's armies pushed onwards and rebel factions did the same, they would be met by a renewed resistance. An elven hero would emerge from their ranks. One of the only accounts of his existence that survives is his name. He was known as Totowil. He would rally the clans of the elves together in common cause, and though he was met with resistance, he would come out on top. After repelling the Voidbird armies, he would go on to further solidify the clans together into a new Lakeland nation, with Totuil being declared their new king. He seems to be exactly what his people needed, a kind and fair ruler. He would treat on fair terms with his neighbours and sign a peace treaty with many, most significant of which was the kingdom of Nabat-Arang. With the establishment of many new kingdoms in such a short time, the region of Norvrand would settle into an uneasy yet maintained peace. At this time, the region was divided into the following. The kingdom of Voibert ruled the northern mountains and highlands. The Ratika Greatwood was held by the Vai and Quitari, the last remnants of Ronka. The kingdom of Nabat-Arang ruled the southern deserts. Their kingdom had an interesting beginning, but they quickly stood on their own 2 feet via the trade of minerals they mined from their rich region. Lakeland and much of the surrounding area would continue to be ruled by the Elven Kingdom. As for the political situation beyond the borders of Norvrand, any record of such no longer exists. All of these kingdoms would keep themselves in check, but there was yet one more region within the borders of the realm, that of the Isle of Kalusia. Though the dwarves already dwelt there, they showed no interest in interacting with others. The Isle saw an influx of refugees from the mainland during the height of the past conflicts. These fragmented human mistel would later go on to found a new free kingdom on the Isle, the independent city of Yulmore. The realm would take on a shape quite similar to that of Eorzea before the Calamity, with its kingdoms and cities engaging in friendly relations and trade. As the realm settled even further into this era of peace, around 200 years ago, shadows began to move behind the scenes. Discontent began to brew in the people of all nations. Mysterious plagues and ailments also started to affect people, only being resolved thanks to the efforts of adventurers such as Ardbert and his party. The Ascians had finally turned their gaze to their world to be rejoined to the source. And like with the other reflections, they began to lay the foundations for that world's elemental aspect to overflow. In the case of the first, that was the aspect of light. They began by focusing on the unstable elements of the Elven Kingdom. This is where their pawn, the one known as the Shadowkeeper, would come into the story. Many elves were dissatisfied with the status quo, wishing to return to the days of old when the Elven Kingdom stood above all. These people quickly and easily fell under the sway of the Shadowkeeper, and the wheels began to turn. The Shadowkeeper as we know now was an elf from the 13th, which made it all the easier to manipulate the elves of the first. Silva, as she was known, sent agents out to fan the flames of insurrection against the current king, and even used dark magic to transform others into wolf-like monsters. The final part of both her and the Ascians' plan was to manipulate the heroes who would soon become the Warriors of Light into quickening the rejoining. All those elements would combine into a very bloody coup against the current Elven reign. The end result was the Shadowkeeper Silva, donned in her dark armour, taking the throne of Lakeland at the Laxan Loft. The Warriors of Light would face their former comrades and strike her down in a climactic battle. This, however, went against the Ascians' plans. The original plan was for the Warriors of Light to rise to the greatest height, only for the Shadowkeeper to slay them, sowing the seeds of chaos on the first. The Warriors of Light would then turn all their power and rage upon the Ascians Metron and Logriff. Driven by grief for their former comrade and a desire to banish the dark, Ardbert struck them down with righteous fury. This desire of Arbert's to banish all the darkness, combined with some unwanted miracle of the light of their own world, the Ascian Metron was transformed into the being we know as Eden, the first Sin Eater, before his soul could escape into the rift. Robbed of his purpose and acting only with Arbert's desire in mind, it began to resonate light so pure and powerful that it destroyed all before it, transforming all life it touched into more Sin Eaters. The Warriors of Light escaped, but looked on in despair as their world began to be overrun. When they tried to stop Eden themselves, the vast number of new Sin Eaters barred their path. It was at this point that they would vanish from the First, thanks to a deal made with Elidibus. With none to stand in its way, Eden began to roam the skies of the First, surrounded by blinding tidal waves of light that would wash over the land. The Flood of Light, as it came to be known, would encompass most of the planet. For Norvrant, this wave of light spelled doom. As Eden circled the planet, it closed in on Norvrant, and the kingdom of Nabat-Arang would be swallowed whole, but some of its people escaped to the moored settlements in the north. Just as it seemed the flood would wash over the rest of Norvrant, it was stopped in its tracks by Minfilia and the Warriors of Light, who gave their lives to halt it and allow hope for the future to remain. When we witnessed this event, it looks like they stopped the tidal wave in its tracks. In actuality, they channeled massive amounts of power against Eden, who would be damaged and knocked far into the empty, crash landing and remaining dormant until we rediscovered it a few years ago. With the defeat of Eden, the flood was halted. The world, however, was forever changed. Only Norvrant remained, and all that remained beyond was an erased and bleached wasteland of empty. Just as the people of Norvrant counted their blessings, 4 years after the flood ended, hordes of Sin Eaters poured forth from the empty all around Norvrant to wipe out what remained. The survivors of Nabat-Arang were overwhelmed, and many retreated to Yulmore and Lakeland. The kingdom of Voibert stood defiant against the Sin Eaters, but for each of their knights to fall, a new Sin Eater would rise up. Their numbers were endless, and Voibert would crumble and fall. Its citizens were spared thanks to the Voibert's knights, who gave their lives so they could retreat into Lakeland. The Elven Kingdom at this time was a shadow of its former self, but opened its lands to all refugees with compassion. However, the Sin Eaters arrived at the source in countless numbers. The elves, under the leadership of Ser Ostal, fought to the end to protect their kingdom and its refugees. As quickly as these refugees had come, they had to flee again, all while the elves held the line to ensure their safety. The end result of this was the loss of most of the elven population, and their kingdom in effect ceased to exist. Though the elves are not seen in the greatest light these days, their final stand to protect others won't be forgotten. Same goes for those knights of Voibert. The Vi of the Great Wood didn't escape unscathed either, for many of their male villages were destroyed, making the Vi an endangered race. Yulmore drew silent also, dealing with the crisis in their own way. As for Lakeland, roughly a year after the fall of the Elven Kingdom, the Crystal Tower would appear, and Grahatia stepped out from its doors. He proclaimed he and the tower had come to resist the ruin of the light, and provide shelter for all who needed it. In the following years, much of Norvrant would fall to ruin, with the Pixies taking full control of the now fallen kingdom of Voibert. It's never explained where the Pixies came from, as they never show up in recorded history of Norvrant. If I had to guess, however, they are likely from a faraway land, and came to Norvrant after their home was swallowed by the flood. Back in Lakeland, at first a town and then a city would spring up around the Crystal Tower. Known as the Crystarium, it would be one of the last beacons of hope in this seemingly doomed world, which was filled with Sin Eaters and a blinding eternal light sky. It was during these passing decades that the reincarnated Minfilias would fight against the Sin Eaters, alongside the warriors of Yulmore. That was until the birth of Lord Vortri, and the city's policy changed to ban all actions against the Sin Eaters. The people of Norvrant held the line to rebuild however they could. Things would only begin to change for the better when heroes were summoned from another world, resulting in the arrival of another warrior of light, who would become what they must, and what the people of Norvrand prayed for, the Warrior of Darkness. When it comes to the history of Aetheris, we know a great deal about the last few thousand years. The history of empires like Galag and city-states like Amdapor and Nim is well documented. But there is a time in Aetheris' past which is much less understood, that being the time from the First and Second eras following the Sundering, prior to the rise of the Allegan Empire in the Third Astral Era. These eras saw the rebirth of mankind, the rise and fall of the first civilizations, and the birth of magic. Join me as we scour the pages of the Eorzean Encyclopedia to piece together the early eras of Sundered Aetheris. Many millennia ago, how long exactly only an Ascian would know, the world was sundered into one source and 13 reflections. The source, also called Aetheris,
Hi Jacqueline, how are you? I'm doing well. Do you play Final Fantasy? Good.
Was reborn. Its lands were new, wild, untouched and filled with resources. The only trace of ancient Etheirys were the ruins of her forgotten civilization. Hydaelyn stood as the will of the star and began her long work to restore equilibrium after the events of the Sundering. To aid in this endeavour, she created the beings we now know as the 12 and the Watcher. The duty of the 12 was to aid in settling the lands of Etheirys, while the Watcher was tasked with keeping vigil over Zodiark and ensuring the etheric barrier around Etheirys remained intact. Once the 12 and Hydaelyn restored equilibrium, they left the world in the hands of the mortal races and retreated from their gaze. The people of this world reborn were the young races that began to evolve in ancient Aetheris, but they mostly forgot about this time due to the after effects of the Sundering. However, tales and stories would remain with them. As they huddled around the campfires at night, they would speak of a time of creation, ruled over by gods of great size and ageless wisdom, who disappeared when the world burned and was later reborn. Mankind, as these people would come to be known, became the inheritors of the world. The people had not yet developed to the point they could record history. We don't even know what language they spoke or if they could even read and write. Because of this, little to no knowledge of this era survived to the modern day, with some exceptions however from a couple of unique sources. It wasn't long after the 12 retreated from view that Midgardsormr arrived on Aetheris after his long journey through space, clutching his 7 remaining eggs. Upon his arrival, he came into contact with Hydaelyn. He shared with her the tale of his lost worlds, and of his long journey here for sanctuary. Hydaelyn, of course, was sympathetic, and was aware of the Ascians moving in the shadows seeking to undo the Sundering. So she entered into a pact with Midgardsormr. In exchange for allowing his kin to settle this world, he would aid her in its protection. The first of his 7 eggs would hatch not long after this point. Once these first children matured, Midgardsormr left the care of their kind to them, and he entered a deep slumber within what is now known as Lake Silvertear. While he was protecting something there, this was mainly so the Great Worm could rest and recover, for the journey through space took a great toll on his body, which had grown many times to his original size to endure the journey. His children would then travel to different parts of the world, but for the most part kept their distance from the younger races. At some point after Midgardsormr's arrival, the Alphatron creation known as Omega would lay landfall somewhere in what is now Eorzea. With little power remaining after chasing the Great Worm this far, Omega fell into stasis, and would remain in this state for millennia. The Ascians continued to move behind the shadows, and their new plan for restoring the world had already begun. Aetheris began to see a shift in weather, with a great wind sweeping the planet. The first Umbral era was well underway. Scholars have identified that this era was subject to a calamity of wind. This was confirmed by the Mughals of Mogholm, who actually retained stories from that time. As the legend goes, the Mughals dwelled alongside the 12, in a land amongst the clouds. One day, a great war erupted amongst the gods, and their heavenly realm was quickly being laid to waste. In this chaos, the Mughals had nowhere to hide, and although they could fly, their small wings could not bear them safely to the mortal lands below. It was then that their monarch, the good King Mughal Mog XII, gathered all his subjects together. Using his powers, he lowered a magical rope from their home in the clouds so they could descend to the realm below. And as they lowered the rope, the good king was heard to mutter, "These gods must be crazy, Kupo!" Although the Mughals were saved, it cost them their king, who had to remain behind. And it seems other Mughals were either left behind as well, or chose to stay with their monarch and ride out the storm. As for those that escaped, their worries were not over yet, for the winds were only ramping up. Hurricanes formed over the sea.
Ha! Found you. What am I doing wrong here?